Hey everyone, this is PrinceBrightstar, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. So, at the end of everything yesterday, we basically went through the first dungeon of the expansion, and we had a bit of a heart-to-heart with Lamont, and basically now we're moving on into the level 92 MSQ here. So, let's go ahead and get this started here, talking to Erenville. The Moblin settlement of Earthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road we'll be taking is a favored hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there will be fewer travelers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although, considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What have Zorolja and the Lance Guard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to the area. And they ran off. And off she goes again. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. Alright, off we go. Oh, we've also got an alpaca keep here, so let me go ahead and grab that real quick. And off we go again. Just so you know, after the stream, I did actually run main scenario on my paladin, so that is at level 92 now. So there shouldn't be any problems in terms of if the retainers happen to level up today. At least for paladin. For minor, that potentially is going to be an issue, so at some point I do want to look to get that up to 92, and if, at that point, I might look to do my lunch at that point as well. Similar to how I did a bunch of crafting yesterday. But we'll see. Anyway, here is Lamont. Let's go ahead and talk to them. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is just a little farther ahead, on the opposite bank of Bekzoma. But let's remain vigilant all the same. Oh, these names keep tripping me up. Hey, an Aether Current. And a hunt target. Alright, let's go for it. Actually, I should bring out my chocobo. Now, somebody decided to give me a hand there. Just take a quick look here at the hunt bills. Here we go. That one's done. Looks like I'm mostly done with this, actually. Also, if you're wondering why the stream yesterday got cut off at 12 hours, apparently that's a YouTube thing. Don't worry, I've got a backup that I constantly run for local copy. I'll be able to fix that once we're done with Dawntrail itself here with the MSQ, and I have time to actually look at everything. I may make an MSQ-specific cut of everything. We'll have to see. This is it, the village where the Lay of Pots from the Tuliolol saga took place. Earthenshire. Idleshire. Might the similarity be a cultural inclination, I wonder? I thought Idleshire was partly there to begin with, and the goblins just took it over. Or at least that's how the story seemed to be implied when we were there in Heavensward. The settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. This shire appears custom-built to resemble pots, while the other is a repurposed town. Thank you! Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the Third Promise and her Ratoon? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector, if you happen to know who that is. You are exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Ready Rock is the Elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Ready Rock would like to do just that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. This is no time for feats or metal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? Goldsmiths contracted to work for the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide these Potsworn with tools, materials, living quarters, everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Tyrol. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. If this is the best they can offer, I should have never left Wachumekimeki. You see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the pact. Should all our Potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something, and do it soon. Then let us stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village, and if it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. Of course I'll help. I'm a goldsmith. What do you expect? I was hoping you'd say that. I actually wasn't sure I could do this on my own. We'll all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. We'll take every help hand we can get. Ready Rock truce swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the Third Promise can assist help hand Rakorak. You other four, follow Ready Rock. There are other help hands in need of hand lending. I really appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at many fires. There will be no more feigning strength. No more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Technically, I lost my mentorship back in Shadowbringers, and I never renewed it. Now, let's find this Rakorak fellow and see what we can do for him. Well, technically, it's just the battle mentorship I never renewed. Anyway, Alpaca Keep. Okay, Rakorok. Rakorok can't meet his obligations without more help hands. The pot pact is broken and the pots are emptying. You've come to aid Rakorok. Rakorok accepts your hand lending with joyous feel smiles. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. What Rakorok needs is for new help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahi. The help hand assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain, so Rakorok took over, but he knows nothing of Kahi. What does Kahi want? What does Kahi need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworn with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guess think. Please, guess think with Rakorok. Find out what Kahi is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. This is where Kahi works, is it? Let's take a peek inside then. That must be Kahi. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently. Looks to me, one, they're suffering in the heat, and two, they may not have much material to work with. We'll have to leave him be and try our hand at some guess think. Inspect the workshop. Alright. He must be boiling sitting so close to the furnace, and there's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work in that stifling heat? Those tools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones? Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. Okay, then I guess that's acceptable, then. There must be something else he's missing. He's barely touched his meal. That dish is meant to be eaten hot, or it loses its savor. Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what Kahi might want to improve his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Rakorok. You made your observations? What did you guess think? First off, I noticed Kahi hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking? But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? Because Moblin and other species have different taste buds. But Rakorok is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahi's taste. I can help you with that. My brother Kona is also Hetsaro, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahi probably wouldn't have been able to eat it until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. Hey Brooks, thanks for tuning in. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Rakorak never would have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all. But I don't think that was the only reason Kahi couldn't concentrate. The Hitsaro homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahi seemed to be suffering in front of the furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Oh, we could try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. Do you know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the shoals of no return. How do you know they work if nobody's returned from there? I'm just joking. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. So we salvaged them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us, Prince? You know, if they were abandoned, maybe they actually did find the Golden City. We'll have to look around. Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kahi's files and saws and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order? Rakorak was too preoccupied with stocking materials, a serious oversight which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. Then we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. The shoals of no return are past the crags, through a tunnel southeast of here. You should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. You're a prince, aren't you? What brings you out here? The issue with caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with that same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlian instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed, after all. However, the Moblins did not care for the idea. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We were on our way back from procuring herbs for Oriange, in fact. Settlements in Cosma Uka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawn Servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital. When I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlian technology... My apologies, I have much to consider. If you'll excuse us. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care, Prince. Good luck, Thancred. You spot the tunnel opening. Head through the passage to the shoals of no return and recover the drafty shard. You know what? I don't think I picked up the the aetherite in here. So let me do that real quick. And then before I forget, let's head over to Limsa real quick so I can get my retainers going again here. Alright, that's a level up for my miner, then. So I actually do need to get my miner leveled up another level here today. Let's assign a venture. Okay, I can't send them out for this until I've gathered it myself. Alright, for the moment, I'm going to send them on a quick exploration then. And then let me just restock their inventory again real quick. I'm thinking about 51,000. Okay. They should be good there. And yeah, this is all the money I've made since last night. So yeah, for anybody that's questioning if crafting is a good thing to go into, yeah, this is a lot of money, and keep in mind, that was old stuff. Onyx. Okay, I haven't had to use that in a while. Yeah, new expansions are the time to make tons of gil if you're a crafter. Which is why it's important that you get yourself leveled up as quickly as you can, and through the MSQ. As well as getting your gatherers and crafters leveled up as well. That's the second part of it, and that's why I was kind of split between things yesterday. I do need to do a little bit more of the old type crafting for Goldsmith. But very soon we'll be getting into script gathering and crafting, or rather collectible gathering and crafting. Hey, there's another Aether Current. This crystalline shard is faintly warm to the touch. It does not appear to be the wind crystal you seek. Wind is usually green colored, so I think it's going to be this one. This crystalline shard emanates a soothing whisper of wind. It seems you found the crystal Rakorak sent you to salvage. Alright, let's get back to town. Is that a cool breeze Rakorak feels? Let's hand over the crystal. Or the drafty shard. Yes, thank you for seek-finding a drafty shard. Rakorak will add it to the new set of tools he brought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hitsaro, and it's on its way even as we speak. Let's go in and see what he thinks of our efforts. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed a pot pact. I am grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two, and I'll reciprocate with a piece worthy of a potsword. Oil lamp to brighten the halls of Valak Shunsa. The craftsmanship satisfies Earthenshire's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster, such brilliance, truly a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill after all. Forgive my interruption. Lamati, I am the Elector. I am told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with defeat. Yeah, no, she definitely isn't a liar. She is more. She knows what her bounds are, and we had a pretty good heart-to-heart about that yesterday. That's great news. Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of a potsworn. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, second promise. I drew inspiration from Kazamuka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. I wondered why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Charlian goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliol, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among Hitsaro, more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tyrol's various peoples was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hitsaro? I have few fond memories of nomadic life. Hey, Sovereign. Things are going well so far. Alright, Rakorak? Rakorak is very grateful to you. I thank you both for your hard work and clever guest think. When it comes to help handing, knowing the Potsworn really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed into me several times already on this journey. The Elector bids the Clements assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and Oriange. I also ran into the Levier twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now, he is conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Ready Rock waiting. Which building? Over here, okay. Ready Rock thanks you for assisting Help Hand Rakorok. She will announce the feat once the other Clements have arrived, so please be patient a little while longer. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How did you fare? So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Welcome to Earthenshire, First Promise. We support your plans for salt crossings and the new Potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zeralja. He cleared many piles of rockfall as if they were petals. The resilient son for Dawn Servant. Zeralja was clearing fallen rocks? I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Well, we meet again. Just in time for the feat to begin. I'll bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Clements, your attention, please. As Ready Rock has explained, many of our Potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jiggly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Tuliolal merchants will suffer. So Ready Rock sets you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back here to us. So we're to recruit new Potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the Clements and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Ready Rock's request. She will be happy to inform the Dawn Servant of Zeralja's disqualification. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Then Ready Rock declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps. The Elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. which is exactly what we should do. A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. That nasty brute is up to something. Aye, he may seek to delay us again as he did on the river. We can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wuklamot? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans among my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up on the comforts of Tuliolol to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Koana probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Or Kona, rather. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand. That's just a statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking around Wachu Meki Meki? That seems like a logical place to start. Back to Tuliolol it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? You know, there are Aetherites for a reason. No, 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 I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I should share my burdens, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. Look, Lamont, this is hardly news. But it was brave of you to admit. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. It will? Are you sure? Yeah, that's a good point, Rooks. Yeah, if we had some ginger. I'm positive, mostly. I mean, this sequence feels like it belongs in a Hildebrand sequence, you ask me. Nice, a free teleport back to town. Alright, I need a moment. Upriver or downriver? These names! If you cut to Moo is too rough for me. The nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. You realize you're gonna have to come back upriver with us now, right? If, yeah, they're probably gonna force it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Rupley can help us recruit a Potsworn. Greetings, Third Promise. What brings you back to Wachu Meki Meki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Rupley. Actually, I have a favor to ask. So what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? Wasn't there somebody that we were helping just yesterday about a job? Filching my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the third promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only, I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire? Actually, I think that would be the perfect person for it. That Eorzean goldsmith, what about him? You mean Fontaine? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt. And considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fontaine at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at Zbalyev Ties. Then maybe we should go and talk to him. Just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. The two of us can handle this. Take a rest at the cabins if you like. Right. Let's go and see a man about a pot. Alright, so if they're over there, then they're gonna be by the Aethernet shard. And actually, it looks like we have a new quest available as well. That one being for the updated hunt log, I believe. So let's go ahead and, or no, wait, no, it's still locked out. So what do I need here for this then? Why we hunt? Okay, we still have main scenario to do. Okay, got it. Oh, Prince, you're here too. The third promise said she wanted to chat. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? The last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul, until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you've settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a Potsworn. Ah, I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the Moblins, isn't it? But you're not a Moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's for a feat in the right of a succession. I need to bring up new Potsworn to Earthenshire. So that is the way of it. We've barely met, and after pushing you to work at Whatchu Meki Meki, I'm now demanding you throw that away and sign a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I'm now an official subject of Tuliolol. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos, he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, the man I loved and admired. I never wished to suffer such a loss again. And so, as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuliolan that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Fonjantane, thank you. I shall return to Master Rupley and inform him of my decision. Allow me. I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Perhaps you remember me. Bruk Uvu, owner of Svalyavtai. I'd like a word, if you don't mind. You're Wuklamat's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown, too, if the gossips could be believed. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. You can now gain access to role quests. Alright. There's also supposed to be a series of crafter quests, but those haven't shown up yet, apparently. Anyway, let's move on. Master Rupley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but, Fonjantane has agreed to sign the Pot Pact, yes? While it is a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own handpicked to serve the Third Promise is a great honor to Wachumeki Meki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. It could even be yourself, if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Rupley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tuliol. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wachumeki Meki. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. What became of Fonjantane? Were you able to find him? We did, and he's agreed to become a potsworn. We'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fonjantane's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. You may now unlock deliveries for Wachumeki Meki. Alright, there's the crafting quests. Oops. Let's see. So actually, I am kind of interested here. Let's see. You know what, let me focus on the MSQ for now, and we'll come back to that. A father first. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. While you can pass the time however you like, I suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us. How far away is this? All the way on the other side of town. Okay, I'm gonna take the Ethernet. Welcome back, sir. You've had a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting on your return. Prince of the Third Promise's entourage? I've been all over the city looking for you. The Dawn Servant summons you to the palace. You are to present yourself to the gate guard stationed outside Sunperch at your earliest convenience. Oh, and one more thing. You are not to mention this visit to Woklamat. Okay, a secret meeting with the father. Alright, here we are. And this appears to be duty calls, so I'll go ahead and have a bite to eat. The Dawn Servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason for your audience in terms of attire, I would suggest full battle regalia. Ah, this is gonna be our 1v1 then.
Forgive me this sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity. And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The Lance Wilter, Estinian, he fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
So long as neither of us gets too carried away.
No.
Oops.
The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies. Come! Ready your arms, and show me the truth of the tales.
All right. Can I pull that back up here? Here we go. The battle rages upon me. Not even the slightest hint of fear. I knew you were no pretender. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's see how this goes.
Ha ha! Give it your all! I want a fight to remember! Let's test the waters. They didn't even blink. Have you ever fought a viper?
Can't say I have.
Ha! Let's see how you handle this. The spearman did not lie. Very well then. Resolve and reason kingdom. All right.
Yeah, your other side is sleeping.
Did you think you had my measure? Take this! Still holding up? We're far from finished! more holding back! Stay alert!
Fun fight so far.
You'll fight well indeed.
And hey, Acer, thanks for tuning in.
You really are formidable. Now we'll see what you're truly made of.
Yeah, thanks, I appreciate it. Oh, it's been a while since we had one of these to do.
That will do. You've shown me more than enough.
Yeah, that's kind of how that is. That one's just button mashing.
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. Ha 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 ha! Now, a confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here. I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your adamant defense could shield Lama-Chi from those who would do her harm. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lama-Chi? Whether it be as third promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
It's an interesting choice to make here. Azer, to answer your question, it's going great so far. I can't complain about the expansion at all. Especially with how the queues have been. Based on what we've seen so far, I mean, it's a tough choice to make here. She obviously has potential, but at the same time, she's not ready to rule either. But because she has potential, that gives her the chance to catch up and get to where she needs to be. And I'm reminded of I'm reminded of what happened in Ul'dah, and that it took a while before she was able to get on her feet with working with the Monarchists. So I will say that Wuklamot is young, but she has potential.
Ha! A tactful response, but agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lama-Chi thinks she understands our many peoples. Their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all four claimants are lacking. This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne. As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and being loved in turn. Guide Lama-Chi as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Probably a smart way to handle it, yeah.
Watch over her, champion.
But if nobody's ready, then he doesn't succeed the throne until, you know, much later.
Kuna's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Galloff's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
If he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts. Zeralja, your lance-wielding friend Destinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious though, did Papa want anything else of you? Just a sparring partner. Well, if that's all it was. I still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet at the forward cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover, eh? Alrighty, let's get out of here. This way. Await your companions and continue with the rite of succession? Yes! Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go? I left Eorzea prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Fonfontaine. Shall we depart for Earthenshire, then? A word before you go. Look, Ivu, what are you doing here? I spend my days correcting manners, and here I am perpetrating the grave offense of delaying the third promise's departure. Please, take up your axe and rend my flesh unto taco— What?! Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you, that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright then, I won't let it bother me yet either. What was that all about? I come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. It's the final step of the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Tyrol for 1,000 years. Yet when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it is more unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. Ah, so maybe I'm onto something then, thinking that we just need to find the shipwrecks. The lesson to be learned from this third promise is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wook Ivu. What are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how then did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? It seems the legend originated with the Yakui. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. A lead we shall follow in time, but first, let us see Fontaine safely into the Moblin's care. Meanwhile, in Kazuma Uka.
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Step aside.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones.
And besides,
It's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawn servant may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Too scared to make the first move? Then allow me! But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint.
I can kill him whenever I please.
Your part in this is far from over.
We're back, and we brought with us a willing potsword. This is Fonjontaine, a talented goldsmith who once worked at Eshtime's Aesthetics in Ul'dah. Wonderful, impressive. You are first to return, third promise. And with an artisan from across the salt, no less, we welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Help Hand will show you to the work pot. This is it then. I look forward to hearing you proclaim Dawn Servant. Thank you, Fonjontaine. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. You have met the requirements for the feat of the Feat of Pots. Ready Rock presents your keystone with joy smiles and well-wishing. That makes 3. More pot sworn candidates? Come, tell Ready Rock your tales. This whole thing actually puts Guljaja at a, or not Guljaja, what's his name? The two-headed brute at a disadvantage. Since now he doesn't have anyone to hand in, so he's going to be behind. Another feat accomplished. Another keystone acquired. Oh, you are doing well. I expected nothing less of Zeralja's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness, in particular, is most admirable. Second promise. We must have you apply that Sharlayan knowledge you so cherish. An armed Tyrell with weapons of Magitech design. In your role as the new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. The tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tuliol is known for its advanced technology. Just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Sharlayan. That may well be true, but how long will it take Tuliol to progress to this advanced state? How many years? With a collective commitment to education and hard work, it should not take so very... Your way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Sharlayan whole. Conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. Then we keep fighting, until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons, until all have grown tired of loss. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. You know, I just realized we haven't seen any Loporrits around, have we? I thought they were spreading all over the planet. Ready Rock is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Tuliol, there were no pot packs for the Potsworn. It was normal to grab snatch artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Until the day Gulol Jaja arrived, the families of the grab snatch pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not a war-make people. We feared death had come for us. But Gulol Jaja just wanted to talk. Be at ease. We are here to trade words, not blows. The gold work crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so began the custom of good living. Happy Potsworn make good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Gulol Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine craft, and much jiggly shine. So the head of reason was behind the forging of pot packs. Yes, reason and clever think changed Mobby's way of life. I still say that guy stinks of an Asian somehow. The first promise tires of your talk of olden days. He would rather look to the future and the next feat. we should be getting on as well. But cool Jaja never did come back, did he? Do you have a moment, Third Promise? Rakorak would repay you for help with hand helping with Kahi. He brings a tale of the Golden City. Really? I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between. They live in golden happiness, a city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, Rakorak. Where did you hear that particular tale? From our longtime Yakui friends. They live up in the mountains, in Urkupacha. The giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin's way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earthenshire and your joy smiles behind. Right, we should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga, and is not to be ignored. The Urkupacha Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earthenshire from the west, there's a road which leads up into the mountains. Let's find that first. Okay, and what is your deal? Okay. I will be back for that. And I think we're catching up with them. Looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on in. I hope everyone is ready for some climbing. Third Promise. I'm glad I caught you. Ready Rock asked me to bring you back to the village. She says there's something she forgot to give you. Huh? Something other than the keystone? Yes, an item of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long. If you would please follow me. I wonder what this is all about. Well, no need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. He had rather interesting hair for here. Or should I say, Tonawatwa? In any case, strange that I never noticed him while we were in Earthenshire. Knowing what Clement, she was probably eating sweets behind our backs, and forgot to pay the shopkeeper or something equally careless. That man seemed familiar somehow, but I just can't place him. Was that one of the supporters of the other two, I wonder? I'm eager to continue to the Highlands and meet a Yakoi face-to-face. We've heard much about them, but I'm not entirely sure what to expect. This is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I suppose. Perhaps there were complications? Well, let us wait a little longer. What about the Link Pearl? Somebody want to give her a call and find out what's going on? Anyone? Am I being too smart for the story right now? This is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on the way back to find us? But how? There's only the one road. I wouldn't underestimate Woklamat's sense of direction, or lack thereof. Thank you, Alphano! Fortunately, she has a Link Pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. 'Twas Redderock who had business with her, yes? Or it could be that they didn't have any business with her, and that person was, yeah, one of the supporters of the other. Back again so soon? We came looking for Woklamat. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Redderock did not. Neither has she seen the third promise since you were last here. Uh-huh. And who was that man who came for her? Oh, I thought you'd already left. Where is Lamati? Is she not with you? You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? That thou shouldst worry for thy sister is understandable, yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent on locating her. I will help you search. This is not how I wish a fellow claimant to lose the contest, my sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Prince and I should work together at least, the better to facilitate communication between our groups. Then the rest of us will split up. Report in should you find anything. We'll be on our way as well. Right. Keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. If Lamati was returning to Earthenshire from the west, then she should have passed through here, except Ready Rock swears she didn't see her. In which case, 'tis entirely possible that Lamati never made it back to the village at all. The only way to be certain is to ask the sentry stationed at the opposite entrance. The third promise? Mobby has been standing at his post with diligent eye watchings. He has seen no claimants pass this way. What of a Tonawata with brightly colored hair? Mobby knows something of this one. He hears tongue flaps about a Pelu peddler in many fires who was attacked by a crazy hair bandit on the road. A bandit, you say? Thank you, you've been most helpful. My sister is clearly not here. Though I wish it were otherwise, we must consider the possibility that the Tonawatan messenger and the brigand described by this sentry are one and the same, and that Lamati is in very real danger. Come, let us hurry to Many Fires. I'd like a word with this peddler should they still be around. All the way over to the east. Was there something I could help you with? I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? My goodness, I thought I recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember, second promise. It was that scoundrel Wawiska who ambushed me. You know the name of your attacker? There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predations. Wawiska and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel. And with no fresh quarry coming up the broken stairs, they've had to become more creative. Little wonder he went after Lamatia. He likely thinks to ransom her for a royal sum. I expect he'll soon make his demands, but I don't intend to wait. We'll find this villain first, and deliver his deserved payment in person. What say you to a small deception? I will assume the role of a well-to-do merchant to lure Wawiska out of hiding. Then, when he comes sniffing about, we catch the rat by the tail. An excellent plan. I have just the right garments for your disguise. At a specially discounted price, of course. A brush with bandits hasn't dampened your mercantile spirit, I see. Very well, I accept your generous deal. Now we lay the bait. I will precede you into Many Fires to make my presence known. You follow on behind, boasting to those along the way how you paid me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone or some such. If Wawiska is as coin-hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike, and then we spring our trap. Time to play our parts. Follow Kona's lead and try not to fall behind. There, that Zabral fellow. Share with him how happy your imaginary deal with me has made you. Once you put on an appropriate display, we can continue our next performance. A rare gemstone from that Hitsaro merchant, you say? I envy the profit he must have made from such a sale. Since the stairs were destroyed, I have not been able to peddle goods at my usual haunts. A good start, but I would make certain Wawiska is aware of me. Let's continue. That moblin over there looks amenable to conversation. The stage is yours, Prince. Alright. Hitsaro sold you a sparkle stone for your collection? Well, that explains your giant joy smiles. Mobby is happy for your happiness. Mobby is also jealous of the merchant and all the jingly shine he must have made. That should be enough, but perhaps one last act to drive it home. Do you see that cheerful pillow? Tell him the tale of your precious gemstone, and then we'll be done with this part of the charade. A passing peddler had the very gemstone you sought for your collection? That is a stroke of luck. And I'll wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, eh? Well, I'm inspired to go and earn some pel of my own. Who knows, maybe opportunity will find me, even as it found you. Ah, my most valued customer. The profit from that single purchase of yours should see me through weeks of idle leisure. Traveling with such a fat purse and no sellswords is tempting fate, so I shall make Earthenshire my last stop and then return forthwith to Tuliolo. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. You played your part to perfection, Prince. A man of many talents, just as Thancred and Urianger described. Now let us lure Waweska out and spring our trap. Let us execute the final stage of the plan. I will set out towards Earthenshire alone and unarmed, the better to sell the act of a defenseless merchant. Assuming Waweska is watching, he will likely wait for some quiet stretch of the road before accosting me. I'll be relying on you to follow closely behind, but remaining hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember, we need him alive. I hear business has been good for you, to you, Master Merchant. How about you share some of the profits? And by some, I mean every coin you have. You're the gemstone collector. Oh, I see what this is. We've been tricked. Spit in your eye. Men killed these Vidral. Slippery vermin. We'll have to interrogate his underlings instead. If you would be so kind, Prince, pray leave them capable of speech. I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do. Wait, that's the second promise. What do you want with us? Think I'm scared of a fancy title? I'll take your royal ears as a trophy as soon as I get free of these ropes. I know your gang is behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Eat paka, shit salt over. You'll get no answers from us. That's right, we don't serve you. Do not play games with me. Where is Luc Lamont? I am fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. We were hired to nab the third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired by whom? We weren't told that either. Only Waweska knows. He's the one who took the job. Well, it seems we needed their leader after all. Once I've arranged for the Landsguard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skills. But perhaps you could pursue Waweska in the meantime? The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force a confrontation. He might lead us to where Lamati is being held. To the east. Think of it, these rocks... Nah, I guess not. Follow Waweska from a distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed or fall too far behind. Should your quarry begin displaying the effects shown in the picture, you will be discovered when he turns around. To avoid detection at these times, make use of cover such as rocks and trees. The objective will also end in failure if you follow too closely. Keep your quarry in sight, but avoid stepping into the detection circle. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. I mean, I'm not even seeing the warning marker they were talking about. It just completely stopped. Where's that damn hobbit go? Oh, I gotta get over there. Okay. Finally, my money. Give it to me now. The Landsguard may be hunting us already. Calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway. Right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave me out of the rest. Such hostility. You were hurting for coin, and I offered you gainful employment out of the kindness of my heart. Kindness? You brought a blackened tempest upon us. One look, and I could tell that man was a killer, a butcher, a salted devil in the flesh. Oh, spare me your fearful bleating. Go on, scamper away now before the scary mercenary comes to claim your head. Kona told me the news. You found the abductor, then. What's the situation? And you think the bandits were hired by this Hubigo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Wawiska. And stay on the Mamulja's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance until we're certain they have her. I'll catch up to you as soon as I'm able. Follow the Hubigo from a safe distance. Okay, we're doing the same thing again then. That's not good if they're gonna be just shipping her out then. Huh. That boat doesn't have a way to move now.
Better late than never. That Mamulja. He's the one who kidnapped Wook Lamart. So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors. That will complicate matters.
Confound it!
If I set out now, I can trail them along the riverbank.
Do it!
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
That Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakul Jaja. Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so he could steal her keystones. But even alone, my sister is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived. Gah! I should have been there! If those bastards have hurt her!
Be patient. Trust in Thancred.
I do trust him, but... Forgive me. Snapping at you won't get my sister back. I'm afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic. But isn't that how families should be? These days, Turali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors. They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons. During one such migration, my birth parents left me behind. A child. All alone. Without a single word of explanation. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. And that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her.
Yeah, he is a good brother.
So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her. While we await word from Thancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes? Why release the Ponity if not to delay pursuit?
If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
I think this is going to end up with him and Wuklamut as the heads. 2 rulers.
Understood. We'll meet you at many fires.
At least the way things are going here. I may have put rescuing Lamati ahead of my own progress, but do not take that to mean I've given up on the contest. You understand how important she is to me, yet regardless of how close we were, I would have made this same choice. After all, if I am incapable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, then I am not fit to inherit our father's heavy mantle. We need to gather our forces. Firstly, allow me to brief everyone on our present situation. Thus, at the very least, we believe this Hubigo knows where Lamati has been taken. Thancred is shadowing their boat, even as we speak, and I should like to join him with all haste. Unfortunately, our quarry had the foresight to release your punity from its harness, leaving us without a means to give pursuit. Ernville, as an expert on wildlife, what are our chances of recapturing the beast? With the right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter it about, however. Would you accompany him, Prince? Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged while the Ponanti was let loose. With all the peddlers here in camp, we should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials. As for any necessary metalwork, Earthenshire's artisans are but a short walk away. Then let us divide the task and have at it. There was an unusually aggressive herd of wild Punatis downriver, so our girl will have fled in the opposite direction. Come, we'll try the waters upriver. Assuming our Panati has come this way, she'll be hiding in the depths of Marsh Ligaka. We'll need to lure her back to the shallows with the promise of food. Wild Panatis eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants, but the tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I added leftovers to the feed I prepared. That should help the mixture stand out against the marsh's natural scents. The Gaka is crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave it to you to scatter feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows with the rest of our Panati's enticing feast. Sounds like we're gonna be swimming then. Starting from there might be a little quicker, actually. Oh dear, Marble City! You scatter Aaronville's punity feed along the water's edge. And there's the rest of the feed. All set. I've just finished laying out the last of the bait. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to me. Here she is. There's nothing to be afraid of. We just need your help one last time. You're hungry, I wager. Come on, come with me. Yes, there's a good girl. We'll be fine here, I think. I'll give her a few more treats, then lead her over to the boat. You can let Kona know we have our punity back. Back to many fires. Aaronville has the punity in hand? Good. I expected nothing less from a certified gleaner. As for the harness, we were able to purchase all the parts we need. The Levior twins are over in Earthenshire right now, having the Potsworn make the repairs. I'm told it shouldn't take long. We'll be ready to embark on our rescue mission as soon as we hear from Thancred. Thancred must know something by now. You found her? Understood, thank you. I had to invoke his name. Thancred followed the Hobigo's boat to its destination and confirmed that they are indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Bakul Jaja and his minions. I swear, I will make them regret this. Lama Tees is in Richleaf Tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we strap in the Panuti, and we make our way back down Ihuikatumu. God, this expansion's names!
Thancred.
The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim the baubles by force.
Give it back! Fosunten poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it!
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
You thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
What does that make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap? If pitiful roars were all it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line.
Now, brother. You shouldn't tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me. Who did that?
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
Coward! You dare ambush me?
'Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
That useless Bune was sycophant. He was supposed to keep the lackeys running in circles.
Oh, you must tell me all about that.
Careful now. You wouldn't want to hit her hostage.
That one's not to be underestimated.
Ha! They can do nothing while we have.
Thank you, Thancred.
Impeccable timing.
Amachi, are you all right?
Aye, thanks to you.
These weaklings think they can defy us? We'll slaughter the lot of them!
Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting.
No! I won't stop until I gut these maggots and feed them their entrails!
If we fall here, we fail our siblings for nothing. Is that what you want?
No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
Wait! Damn you, Bakul Jaja!
Do we give chase?
We head back. Lamachi is safe. And that is what matters.
I am glad to see you unharmed, Lamati. Thanks again for coming to my rescue, Kona. And all of you too. Bakul Jaja must be desperate indeed to resort to such aggressive tactics. I shouldn't have been so careless. I underestimated him, and it cost me a keystone. Von Jontain is upended his life so I could accomplish the Moblin's feat. He believed in me, believed in my cause, and I've let him down. So we take back what was stolen. Yes, we'll do exactly that. The next time I meet that brute, I'll knock him straight on his scaly behind and take back my keystone. Speaking of vengeance, didn't Bakul Jaja curse some useless Bonawa sycophant when he caught sight of us? A reference to Sarilja, I would assume. He is devoted to our brother, and is the only Bonawa I know of participating in the rite of succession. If Sarilja was somehow involved in this, I will never forgive him for putting our sister in danger. He will have forfeited his right to be called brother. Bakul Jaja should face punishment, of course, but so must the bandits who had the temerity to abduct Lamati. I shall request that Father send a contingent of Landsguard to enforce the law in this region. I agree that measures need to be taken to keep travelers safe. But I wonder what pushed these people towards a life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone. Tis something to think about. For now, however, the rite continues. I thank you all for your help. we should be moving on as well. Are you feeling fit to travel, Wicklamutt? You bet I am. Zeralja's gained a good head start, and it's time we clawed back some lost ground. I really am sorry this happened. From now on, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. And again, I do appreciate you all coming to save me. Alright, we are into the level 93 quests. The road beckons, friends. Let's be on our way to Yakui. Then it's back to where the path through the mountains begins. You remember the spot where you were tricked into walking off with Wawiska? Just going to rub my face in it like that, eh? I wonder if he's raising my hackles on purpose, though. You know, trying to keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Either way, we can't be standing around here all day. We have a lot of lost time to make up for. Back to Earthenshire. And west from here. I couldn't leave without letting Ready Rock know what happened, so I stopped in Earthenshire to say a few words before moving on. And now Erenville's nowhere to be seen. Couldn't he wait a few more moments? So much for giving him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's catch up. I want to give that smug gleaner a piece of my mind. I worried Wicklamutt would agonize over the loss of her keystone, but it seems I had nothing to be concerned about. Onwards and upwards, then. Erenville might not be with us, but I expect him to start speaking in a moment. A lot of players around. Oh, that's right. We're in Okrapacha, so actually, he's not going to be speaking here. As I'm sure you've noticed, the air grows thin at this elevation. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths. Drink plenty of water. A few more steps, and we'll be in Warlar's Echo. And we got a new alpaca keep. Let's hit up the Aetheryte here. Phew. I think I'm getting used to the air up here. So this is the place from the Lay of Proof, where Papa met the Yakui. And that must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture. So it is for most Tiroli. The giants rarely visit the lowlands. Here, in their mountain fastness, they tend to the solemn duty they pledged to undertake in their pact with the Dawn Servant. To watch over the Vidral Valagarmanda and maintain its prison within their temple. Ah yes, Waklamat told us about the Tyrol Vidral, creatures that live for far longer than normal and awaken to strange powers. Auspices! Indeed, yet even among those anomalies, Valagarmanda is unrivaled in strength. It has endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerges from its lair. As you learned in the Lay of Ice, it was Gulul Jaja who at last managed to imprison the beast, and it has lain dormant in the temple ever since. It is said the building still bears a gaping hole in its ceiling from when Valagarmanda was lured inside by Gulul Jaja's final ploy. I'd like to see this strongest of all Tyrol Vidral. I wonder what it was like to fight it. Orlar's Echo was where both the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took place. Does this not suggest we'll be facing 2 feats this time? That's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him. Or maybe we should flesh out Bakul Jaja first, so I can beat my keystone out of him. We don't even know where Bakul Jaja is right now, so let's find the Elector. It's kind of ironic that all 4 of them have set onto the same path here. Like, did nobody... I guess nobody really thought to go out of order on this whole thing. I suppose we do still have 4 keystones to earn, and no matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner or later. And, you know, at the end, there's always the chance that, you know, if for some reason we can't get that stone back, maybe we could just find someone else for the mobbies. Alright, let's seek out the Elector. And I suggest we pay a visit to Kari Orzar, the Gracious, or so their temple is called. The Moblins told me that High Luminary Gurfurler is to be found there. If we are to ask someone for information, then he seems a wise choice. Let's see if I can convince the guards to let us through. I am Waklamat, the 3rd promise of Tuliolol, and I seek your Elector for the right of succession. May I speak with Gurfurler? The High Luminary has granted admittance to the Clements. You may enter. Huh, that was easier than expected. In we go then. Is that? Aye, Valagarmanda. Welcome. High Luminary Gefurler? He is not here at present. I am Luminary Zermurwer. This is the Sky Ruin, Valagarmanda? It is, the Tyrol Vidral, whose name has evoked terror since time immemorial. Even my people, once conquerors of all beneath the sun, were as brittle leaves before Valagarmanda's tempestuous power. When the Sky Ruin descended upon Urkapacha 8 decades ago, the casualties were staggering. Had Gulul Jaja and his companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the last. Their titanic battle with Valagarmanda raged for 10 days and 10 nights. As their foe fought on, tireless and relentless, our heroes were pushed beyond the limits of their endurance. Thus did the head of reason concoct a desperate plan. Gulul Jaja tricked the Sky Ruin into losing control of its own ice magics, causing the unwitting Tyrol Vidral to encase itself in frozen ether. It's been like this ever since. Nice work, Papa. But what happens if the ice ever melts? That same question looms large in our minds, for the magic sustaining this prison grow weaker with each passing year. Valagarmanda commands power of fire and lightning and ice. Some believe that the violence of the recent storm was the result of those energies slipping free. That raging tempest from Valagarmanda? Setting future worries aside, you are come to attempt the feat of proof, yes? The High Luminary, chosen elector of the Dawn Servant, has left me with instructions for all aspiring claimants. You are to scour our forbidding mountains and find the waiting Gefurler. That is to be your challenge. Ah, so the search itself is the feat. You've already spoken with my brothers, I take it. I have. Their expeditions are underway. Then we better pick up the pace. Aye, but we'll need a direction to search in first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villagers. You know, this might be a crazy thought, but with a party of that size, you might be able to just simply send one person out in a random direction, might get lucky while others look for hints, and then just call them back. But that's just me thinking. God, Valagarmanda is enormous. I know Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible he could hold his own against that thing. Should its prison ever fail, though, we can't expect the old guard to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day. Alright, what do we got here? Nothing that I'm really interested in. As we've just been informed, the feat of proof requires us to seek the High Luminary Gefurler somewhere upon these mountains. However, if earlier feats are any indication, we must assume the challenge precludes the Yakui from answering our questions in a straightforward manner. Thus, I would ask that you pay close attention while attempting to divine Gefurler's whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us a precise location, there may be clues hidden within their words. Such is my theory, anyway. But let's see what we can discover. The High Luminary? No, I have not seen him today. Now let me ask you a question. That's the Brawl who came out of the temple earlier. Was that really the third promise? She seems rather unimposing. How is she meant to succeed mighty Galuljaja? Tuliolan? No, you are from farther away than that, I think. As for the High Luminary, I can only guess where he might be. He is warder of the Sky Ruin, but also keeper of the Sepulchres, and his duties often take him outside the village. So maybe we gotta find where this Sepulchres is. If that's even a place to be found. Asking after the High Luminary as well, are you? I know not where to find him, but I do hope you have the opportunity to speak together. He's a great man, with a deep reverence for our traditions. These glyphs we carve, for one. He affords them as much value as any treasure we possess. They are records of lives lived. Your arrival, too, I will etch into the stone, that the story of our meeting may endure for untold turnings of the sun. If you are curious about our ways, then I bid you visit Proof, to the northwest of here. It is one of our grave sites. First things first, was anybody able to coax forth a definite location for the High Luminary? Just hints. As expected. What then of clues or other hints that might point us in the right direction? I heard that in addition to his usual duties, Gerfurler is also charged with keeping the graves. As did I. The Yakhoi Sepulchres appears to hold a special significance in their culture. But would it be appropriate for us outsiders to enter into their burial grounds? Proof, you say, and he encouraged you to visit this place yourself? Let's go and take a look. Even if we don't find Gerfurler there, it will give us a chance to learn more about the Yakhoi. Gravesite is somewhere northwest of here. Well, we can leave from that side of the village for a start, shall we? The others have gone on ahead to Proof, following the trail west. There are some shard drops everywhere, so we're all moving at our own pace. Some of us are not built for craggy terrain. I thought to get my bearing from up here first, so I don't stumble off a cliff. Why don't you try catching up to Aaronville? He should be able to point you in the right direction. I am curious if there's anything around here. Looks like there are some outcrops. That's enough for now. It's not quite mountain climbing, but these steep slopes are exhausting enough. Ah, there's another hunt target. I need one more. These have the look of homes rather than graves, but 'twould seem long years have passed since anyone living resided here. And this looks like a meteor impact or something. Take a look at this crater. There is no wood, no trees, not even dried grass, and yet the ground still burns. This must be one of the scars left by Valgramanda's rage, as told by the saga. The Sky Ruin's fires are described as eternal, flames that can be quenched by neither storm nor time, and here I thought it a literary embellishment. Ah, but now I've lost sight of Wuklamant. Proof is northwest, along the main road, so hopefully she's still headed that right way. Wuklamot wins again. Looks like everyone is here now, so... Greetings, friend. Are you Gerfurler? No, I am not. The High Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on sepultures to those who came in search of him. Oh, so we were meant to find our way here after all. Are you to tell us who is buried here? No one is buried here, in the sense you mean. When a body has served its purpose, we consign it to the flames, then scatter its ashes across the peaks. Moreover, we do not conceive of death as others do. For us, a person does not die when their heart ceases to beat, but only when they are no longer born in the hearts of all who know them. This is why we build our sepulchres before age or mishap claims us, that we might etch ourselves into the living chronicle for all eternity. This grave belongs to a good friend. His mortal vessel ended its journey some years ago, but he lives within me, even now. Kind of reminds me of the way of thinking they had back on the 13th. Up there stands my own sepulchre. As long as it exists, so too will I. I will endure in the hearts of those who read my grave glyphs, in the same manner my friend does in mine. Has it always been thus for your people? This conception of existence and death? Continue along this path to the indelible passage. Behold the history upon its walls, and you may find the answers to your questions. And that's what we'll do. Your traditions are fascinating, and I'd love to know more. I thank you for allowing me to share them, for in doing so will I remain in your hearts also. Why not? Let's join in. Oh, that's right, I had a challenge log set for that. Okay, wait a minute. We got some guy Looks like some kind of battle happened. And then that's like a big building, or maybe even a city. Oh no, that's more like a city there. And then some sort of praise for the sun, I guess? With winged creatures flying in the sky. Giant birds, or... I'm reminded of, what's his name? There's this, what was it, Icarus or something? The guy that flew too close to the sun? But that would seem to be, like, tons of them in the sky, flying close to the sun, so... Huh. By the way, I put my chocobo in this. Looks kinda nice. Hello. A fellow we met at Proof suggested that we come here. Yes, the High Luminary commanded that I watch for your arrival. As the chronicles of our people, it has ever been my family's duty to pass on the teachings of the murals from generation to generation. Okay, so we're just gonna get an explanation. Nice. Actually, that's kind of like what we thought, what we saw in the first, now that I think about it. They really are magnificent, and together they tell the tale of your people's history. They are the events which shaped us. I would share them with you ere you continue on your way. Please, we would love to hear all about it. Then I will begin. This first mural depicts a time more than 1100 years ago, an age of great prosperity for the Yakui. Blessed with the size and strength unmatched by other peoples, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Dawntrail under their dominion. Then, when all before them had been conquered, they turned their gaze northwards, seeking to expand their territory and power. Here we see the expedition to Dawntrail. Unable to cross the strait by ship, our forefathers set to building a bridge to the northern lands, a grand labor which consumed the greater part of a century. Oh, this is the construction of the bridge. Okay. Zorgor, the Boundless. We still make use of that bridge in Tuliolal for travel. I can't imagine the patience and dedication it took to complete a work of that scale. But I've never heard of any Yakui living in Dawntrail. What happened to the ones who went north? Look upon this next mural and behold the answer. The scene suggests that many giants perished all at once. What manner of enemy could have repelled their invasion? A foe unnamed and unseen. When the expedition pushed forth into Dawntrail those 1,000 years ago, its soldiers were felled by disease. Some terrible illness. No virulent plague or newly arisen blight. For the local Tonawatwa and Shitona, it was but a mild affliction of the sort that comes with the turning of the seasons. What manifested for them as slight fevers and coughs, however, proved deadly to our people. Out of every 10 Yakui who joined that northern campaign, 9 succumbed to the infection. Those who survived continued to suffer, finding it difficult to sire offspring. Yeah, that's sounding like a very targeted plague to me. I've heard of this before. Lacking inherited resistance, visitors to distant lands can fall deathly ill to diseases a local might shrug off. That's true as well, yeah. These events might also have given rise to the practice of cremation, rather than the burial of mortal remains. This final mural depicts the return of our grieving brethren to Urkapacha. The reason they first left, why they had fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. This undertaking began in ancient times, when our forebears learned they shared the continent with peoples unalike to us in appearance or custom. They feared invasion was inevitable. Rather than meekly await their fate, they decided to strike the first blow. Yet as they fought on and on, the old idea of peace drifted further and further away. Only after the disaster in Dawntrail and their withdrawal to the mountains did they come to understand. The peace we envisioned had been ours for the taking all along. It was here, in the place which birthed us, here, in the stones upon which we recorded our days, here, in this tranquil life we had traded for conquest and conflict. When you do nothing but fight, it can blind you to what's right before your eyes. And so we return to the present. I trust you found this brief history of our people enlightening. I'm always glad to learn more about my fellow Turali, how you've lived until now, and how you wish to live from now on. Then I believe you are ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him upon the summit of Warkor Zormor. I had a feeling we'd end up scaling that big old mountain. Well, it's a feat worthy of the name. Follow the trail south of here to begin your ascent, but be wary. Beyond the entryway, the mountainside is home to ferocious beasts, both mundane and otherwise. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the warning and the lesson. Finally, we know where we're going. To the top of Warkor Zormor. I get the feeling that's going to be a dungeon, given what level we are. Oh, it's back this way. Okay. This thin mountain air is going to be the death of me. What? How long have you been standing there? I was just taking in the scenery is all. Come on, we don't want to fall too far behind Alphino and the others. Remember how the chronicler was saying that the more they fought, the further away they moved from their idea of peace? It occurs to me that if Zerol Ja is attempting the feat of proof, then he will have heard the same lesson. I can only hope that it's made him reconsider his stance on educating people through war. Alright, that's level 95. I hope we come across Bakul Jaja on our way up to the summit. We still owe him for the troubles he caused us in Kazuma Uka. The true size of a mountain is never more apparent than when you're standing right at its foot. I cast a rejuvenating spell on Wook Lamont. Even our indomitable third promise is feeling the strain of these slopes. I fear I won't be of much use to you as a guide past this point. Even in Tuliol, there is precious little written about the sacred peak of Warkor, Zormor. Beyond whimsical poetry, that is.
Gods, that is one tall mountain. And we're supposed to climb it?
Farther. Komar. Tuliorlu. Korogar.
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
Though your words are crude and cumbersome, I use them for your benefit. You are a claimant in this right of succession.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliola loses a potential ruler.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulul Jaja like those shameless lapdogs. My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Tural's overlords.
The Giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Justifications of the craven. They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. I will reclaim the glory of our people. And our ascension begins with the death of the third promise.
Stop! I don't want to fight you!
Then die on your knees. Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you?
Get down here! Your neck will be the first I snap this day!
That's right.
Seems that's going to be an upcoming boss. As for these guys, put your proof where your mouth is and head to Dawntrail.
Why do you help us?
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening. I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends. How is he?
He'll live. Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
If you could stay and tend to him, the rest of us will continue on to Zormor.
Understood. Be careful up there.
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
Then we climb. Gefurler is waiting.
And indeed, it is a dungeon. So did Yoshi P hear about what was going on about the healer strike and actually make it a meme within the game? Because Alistair is not a healer. Red Mage is a DPS. Okay, all right. Well then, let's go ahead and have some fun then. Yeah, so basically what happened during the media tour is 1 tank and 3 DPS completed the dungeon without a healer. And so a whole bunch of healers decided they were going to go on strike from this. There actually has not been any effect from this supposed strike. But now yeah, basically everybody was kind of laughing at everybody that said healer strike. But now it's just wow. It's like Yoshi P may have seen what was coming from all this.
I'll handle the healing. I'll handle the healing. I have you now.
Yeah, nice healing there, Alice A.
Now I'll show you. I have you now. Now I'll show you.
So far, so good. And on to the first boss, and oh my goodness, it looks cute. Ryogor Tirtek. And it speaks! Those are going first. And then the frozen ones go next. So this is a boss that plays around with the execution of commands if they hear that.
Try this!
A little late on that, Wooklama, but I'm sure you'll get it someday. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Nothing too special.
I'll handle the healing. Hold still. I have you now.
I could see healers having an easy time in this one, given that Alizé apparently does not have an AoE heal. And so that limits how much damage enemies can be doing in here. Up we go. Alright, so we caught up with Zerolja. I don't even know at this point. I mean, the thing never even got off the ground, basically. Everybody was just making fun of it right before launch. I need to figure out a way to disable my number lock key, but only while the game is active. I actually need to use my number key pad for all my defensive cooldowns, but that button keeps getting in the way. I suppose I could just remap the key to something non-existent. I did the same thing with my caps lock key a while back. You know what that reminds me of? I don't know if any of you have ever heard of a game by the name of Journey before. I mean, it's not exactly the same type. It's obvious, and I think that game got some of its influences from elsewhere in the world, but that's at least what initially crossed my mind with that. Oh wait, I see now that Alice has something called Vermetica. And Medica is a white mage spell for healing a party. Alright, we gotta break out of these.
I'll handle the healing. Back off!
There you go, that's better timing on that.
I'll handle the healing. Take that!
I don't know what it is about this this dungeon, but it's like the enemies are ignoring my my tanking gear, and I do have the tank stance on.
Handle the healing. Handle the healer. I have you now.
Boss time. And that's probably go for there.
I am Pur Fulur, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested. Prove you are worthy to rule. Chronicles of Eld, retell the hunger of roiling waters. Chronicles of Eld, recount the fury of erupting peaks. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine! Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars! That you should endure my fury. Chronicles of Eld, record the cruelty of merciless storms.
So far, it's not that hard to read what's going on with the battle effects here. All right, we got waves, and then Timber! Carved histories recreated through magic. That was way too quick there, Alice. That was some fight. Papa knew how to pick his electors. I think I did well considering our opponent. It's an interesting fighting style.
Very good, claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition, the one recorded in your murals.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Here and now, I think he means.
fourth second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
Three to go.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve. On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warkor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes, it is a place of great significance.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valigarmanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
It's their way.
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda, your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenrun? The Laminton explorer? Does this mean he joined Galul Jaja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokui. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
What else defines your father aside from strength and knowledge?
What else defines him? Oh, of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
Sounds like somebody woke up.
What in the hells was that?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there, now!
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
Alright, back we go. Good, you're back. There is much I would explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate another surge in ether, there were already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray catch your breath, and then lend a hand where you can. You're just getting a bunch of dies this time. I mean, I get it. They just released the new second layer of dying, but still. Alright, that's just talking about NPCs. If you're ready, there are many injured here who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, I ask that you alert me to them. Otherwise, I shall begin tending to whomever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen to these people's hurts. You, the third promise's protector. Everything was bathed in bright red. A searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do during fire attacks. Don't move. Most of the villagers sustained burns, but the fire found no purchase in these stone buildings. A small mercy. Ryanja says fire aether pervades the entire village. What happened here? Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony. Yet I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. Once we've treated the wounded, I'll heal everyone. I'll have everyone meet at the spot where we were talking earlier. Ah, my wounds are nothing serious, but this dryness in my throat, it's as if all the moisture has left my body. I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awake and alert. Then? That is well. We've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I'd healed the giant attacked by that mountain bird, the group's leader, Vorporlor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then that I felt an intense wave of ether and returned to find Warlord's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Belagarmanda had broken free. Thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we're going to need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the Temple Guard and see what's become of the Sky Ruins prison. The High Luminary grants you entry and awaits you within.
What happened?
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Been a while, Echo.
Who enters this hallowed hall? Ah, a claimant.
Oh, and here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Kulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
You mustn't!
But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
This sounds like grounds for disqualification to me, but we'll see what happens.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him!
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the Vidral to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
This is the kind of challenge I live for.
Drawn to the chaos. You're as bad as Papa. Don't worry. The Sky Ruin should prove a big enough challenge for all of us.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
We're gonna need some more help, though.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
Here's Kona.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Valigarmanta, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Inform the Pelu of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
So, Aaronville, any ideas on how we can track Valigarmanda? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option, not as reliable as the first, but if we're lucky, it will let us ascertain the Sky Ruin's whereabouts far more quickly. Though a Vidral of extraordinary nature, Valigarmanda is still a creature of this world. So far, I am about, I want to say, maybe about 10 hours in? Maybe 12? Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy, and possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. Ah! I have one of that as a minion. A floating hand? Now's not the time to be playing with toys. Yeah, and this is still level 83 content, or 93 rather. It goes up to level 100 content, so still got a ways to go. This is no toy, it's an ether seeker. As the name suggests, gleaners use it to detect the ether of living beings. And you've had that in your pack this whole time. I can calibrate it to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valigarmanda, however, is that it can shift freely between the elements of fire, ice, or lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Valigarmanda from its icy imprisonment, Bakul Jaja cast spells which quickened its fire-aspected ether, and the residents here were uniformly afflicted by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that, upon breaking free, Valagarmanda unleashed a great fiery blast. Yeah, this when you compare New Genesis to this, there's just no comparison. And the choice is plain: fire. The Seeker, however, is not without its faults, as we were not able to input our quarry's unique etheric signature in advance. The device will respond to any living source of fire-aspected ether. So we have the reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus the potentially swift but easily misled Gleaner tool. I say, why not pursue both methods at the same time? Good idea. We'll have the first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me then, Prince, in case the Seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. Ah, that's how they're going to get the other NPCs out of the way. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Sky Ruin sightings we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yakui. Very few are seriously injured, but I am wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valagamanda. I should like to be close at hand should their condition suddenly worsen. Right, it sounds like we all have work to do. We should be on our way as well. Please specify desired ethereal aspect. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first, then set the Seeker to detect fire-aspected ether. Outside the village we go. Right. The Seeker is ready to go. Warlar's Echo is still suffused with the Sky Ruin's residual aether, so I've included it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Excluded it. Let's begin tracking, shall we? Once you choose to depart, Erinville will accompany you. The Aether Seeker will then begin leading you onwards. Follow the Aether Seeker to its destination without falling behind. And if we lose either of them, we can start from here again. Affirmative. Tracking nearest source of fire-aspected ether. Fire-aspected ether detected. That's a great observation there, yeah. About Metropolis, yeah. Beep. Source of fire-aspected ether located. Tracking disengaged. Not quite the legendary creature we were after. Yeah, that's just a fire sprite. Would you mind dealing with that fire sprite? It will continue to confuse the Seeker if we leave it be. That's taken care of. A necessary measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Affirmative. Tracking nearest source of fire aspected ether. Source of fire aspected ether located. Tracking disengaged. Another one. But not a sprite this time. More golem. Frightening enough, but again, not what we're looking for. If you would be so kind. My thanks. I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to... Seeker, resume tracking, and do try to point out something useful this time. Affirmative, resuming tracking. I see another one of those guys over there. Ah, but it's not tracking to it. Source of fire aspected ether located. Tracking disengaged. Ah, another remnant of Valorgamanda's last rampage. The crater's flames registered to the Seeker as corporeal ether. In the words of the Tuliolal saga, when Valorgamanda rages out of control, its fires burn forever, its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Sky Ruin's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it is a strange feeling to see fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is that the fire was classified as living aether. We can feed a sample into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. There. Now the Seekers should ignore any etheric signature but Valorgamanda's. Had I realized this was possible from the start, then you needn't have fought those creatures at all. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a gleaner and as a guide. Okay. This time the Seekers should be attracted solely to Valorgamanda's aether. Resume tracking based on latest sample. Sample ethereal signature detected. Engaging accelerated pursuit mode. If that's to the west, let me grab it. There it is. And then another to the north. There it is. Yeah, we probably should have seen it tracking to this location, considering we found it earlier. Good, the seeker was drawn directly to the Sky Ruins fire. Now we know we've set the correct parameters for its ethereal aspect. I'll try increasing the threshold for etheric concentration. That should direct us to the Tyrol Vidral itself. Recalibrating sensors, resuming tracking. Right back to here, huh? I think we'd noticed that Valagramando was inside this passage. Let's head through to the other side.
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vidral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Alphino is assisting the Yokhoi with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vidral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lardor, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them?
There we go.
The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead.
A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of this Tural Vidral my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people!
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me. From the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Orcor Lardor, now accessible. Alright. During this quest, and when using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of NPC companions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Alright. I was wondering if they were going to continue this into this expansion, and it appears they are. So let's see. So I'm going in as a tank. Thancred, of course, is the other tank. Astrologian, Red Mage, Intrepid. Zerolja is a Viper. Pictomancer for Cryo, and Innovator for Kona. Alright. Let's see how this goes. That's what I thought.
You're mine!
Yes, strong in that one. Alright. Okay, so placement is a important thing on this.
All that I have and more I bring to bear!
Okay, stay out of this lane. Or get in this lane, rather. Tanks need to go in here. Oh. I get it now. So go forward and then get slammed into it.
This should do it!
Will suffer!
Innovation is the key to victory!
Okay, we should be coming up on it. I decided not to let it go off. Arm's length will do that. Keep moving. This looks like a DPS check here. And we're clear. Here comes its ultimate.
Innovation is the key to victory! You're mine! Think you're tough, do you?
Back to the realm of lightning, huh?
to it!
I appear to be frozen.
Let's give them a show! This is for you, Papa!
Nice one, look, Lamont. Let's see what they have to say. I expected more. You fought well, Lamati, without hesitation. Well, that was grueling. You two are talking at the same time there. We won? We won! It was an ordeal indeed. They're not saying their line again. Oh well.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda. A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father. The Federal was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
You have a ways to go.
You're right about that. I need to improve if I want to surpass the old man.
The Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
And that potentially is a problem. Nope, he's fine. Your proud expressions bespeak a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised in the least. Zeralja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Cirilja in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations. That's nothing unusual for Zeralja. No, it's Bakul Jaja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. I still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valgarmanda, it wasn't only Orkopacha at risk. There would have been deaths across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever that Bakul Jaja cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone. Alright, that's level 96. The Yakoi must still be anxious, wondering where and when Valgarmanda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Alpha knows as well. I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment. Alright. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gerfurler.
To the temple, then?
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour. Valgarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town. But the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valgarmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zurmurwer? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Kulul Jalja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valigarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolal as we enter this new age.
And you're not giving one of those stones to Bakul Jaja, right? Probably goes without asking.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
I'll consider it, if it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You Woklamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valigarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict. Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess, a statue so tall even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves,
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Wook Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams. No dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
This is starting to
So
sound
only
familiar.
Yokwi in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
So, let me kind of explain what I mean by that. This is kind of rooted in sci-fi, and it's going across several series, but let me kind of go kind of explain what I'm thinking here. So, the visions of the Golden City, to me, that would sound, especially because it's happening in apparently targeted areas, to me, that would sound like, no, well, maybe ancients, but possibly still living, because they did say the people there apparently never die, but the thing that I'm thinking here, it's sort of two parts. One, the fact that these visions are happening to specific areas tells me it's sort of like the idea of potentially targeted advertising in a way. And the way that we get there is through through Futurama. If you've ever seen that series, Futurama, part of what happens in New York City is the advertisers there basically enter people's minds as they're dreaming and send advertisements in their dreams, basically. This sounds kind of like that. That's the first part of this. And then the second part, we know that this supposed Golden City, we know about Solution 9 from the fan festival. So we know that this actually was a very advanced civilization that we were dealing with. Let's see. The second part of this... Oh, I've kind of lost my train of thought here. I'm trying to get back to it here. Right, the disease that's then visited. To me, that would sound a little bit like some kind of genetic modification was going on, or some kind of targeted disease was happening. And it's possible through that, a civilization could control other races or you know, animals to effectively, you know, limit what their population size is. And if we've got that combination going on, this is a very advanced civilization. Which the question is, are they still alive? And if they are, is there a reason that we've never heard of them in Eorzea? Are they just simply happy to be here in Tyrol and not worry about the other side of the world? And of course, how did they handle the end days? Because, you know, that whole thing happened in Endwalker. Or the final days, rather. So yeah, it's a big question, are they still alive? But regardless, we know they are a very advanced society. The question, yeah, are they still alive? That's the big question right now. And if they are, how is it that they don't age and live forever? The one thing that I could think of that might explain that, well, actually, there are two ideas. One is the people themselves might not have their physical bodies anymore, and instead may have implanted themselves into robots, potentially. Or the other possibility is they might be living inside of a virtualized realm, and that kind of goes back to, really, that goes to the Matrix at that point. But, I have no idea. It's just a wild thought. But we'll see. We'll see how this all plays out, in the end. Anyway, at this point, what I want to do is I want to take, about 5 or 10 minutes, and I want to make myself some dinner. While I'm doing that, I'm going to put my Be Right Back screen on, and then when I get back, we're gonna get back to some crafting, so I can chomp away, and then once I'm done with that, we'll then pick back up with the main scenario quest. So stand by, everyone. I will be right back. Alrighty, everyone, I am back, and as I mentioned before, I want to do a little bit of crafting here while I chomp away. So let me go ahead and bring out a couple of things here. I'm going to switch over to Goldsmith at this point. And yeah, because this is still only at 90 right now, and I do want to get that leveled up at the very least here. Let me see if I've got anything that will just get me there right now. Otherwise, I'm going to have to grab stuff from the saddlebag. No, I don't. Okay. And then I also know I'm really close in terms of being able to start collectible crafting as well. So I do want to look into that as well here. But first, let me at least get Goldsmith up to level 91 here, and then we'll take a quick look at that. All right, we'll start with the wristbands here. Alright, that's level 91. With that, let's make our way over to Mordona. And let me kind of take a look at what I actually need here. Okay, so for my gatherers, I guess really I should be taking screenshots of these. Let me see here. Okay. Grab this. Okay, why isn't this working? There we go. Okay, I think that gives me something to start with here. First I gotta figure out where to gather things from. For that... let's see, gathering log. Here we go. So I should be able to just teleport over here and then start gathering. Provided I can get there, of course. Okay, looks like I can't get there from here. So, I'm gonna have to instead go over here then. This is gonna be a long trip, but there's no way around it, unfortunately. That looks like the spot. %, collectability, or, yeah, 100% chance of gathering, so it just comes down to the collectability here. Before I start on that, though, let me have some gathering food. Okay, that didn't do much, but I can still make this work. The thing is, I do actually want to gather at as high experience as I can, or as high collectability as I can. Actually, looking back now at the chart, it's actually the raw dark amber I need to be going for. Okay, let me pull this up again then. Okay, but it's only available from certain times of the day. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's a shame. But at least I can still get a good amount from this. Provided I can find where the next point is here. goodness, where is this next point supposed to be? Okay, this is taking so long, this may not even be worth it. I might as well go back to doing leaves. But I'll at least hand these in and see what I get. Yeah, so that's going to give me about 1.6 million. And that's fine about the scripts. But yeah, let me go ahead and grab the... Well, actually, I have some leaves I need to finish up here, so let me do those first. I don't think that leave over there is going to be worth the trip, so I'll just probably abandon that one. But let's see what we get here. Alright, that's it for that one. The other one is all the way over here. At least that's where it should be. Yep. You know what? This one is so far away as well, it may just make sense for me to just do the read one only. Alright, let's go hand these in. Yeah, that's given me quite a bit more experience here. I've already hit the top evaluation, so I'm good. Alright, we got this one to the southeast. And these all have 20-minute timers, so I got plenty of time to get there. Missed it by one. Alright, we got another in the west to do. Alright, that's level 92. Alright, that does it for mining. And then we'll run through the reads one more time, and then we'll hand these in. Last two sets are over there, and then we are done with leaves. Alright, let's head back to Tuliol. And we will hand these in. Alright, botanist to level 92. Yeah, both of them are 92 now, so... Let's see, Fieldcraft. Okay, I do have access to new ones now. But I think I'm going to save those for later. Okay, and it looks like some stuff has sold. Oops, I didn't send them out. Still haven't found that, but that's okay. I can just keep doing quick exploration. Okay, it looks like a bunch of stuff has finished spirit bonding, so let's take care of that. Oops, did the wrong one. Meld. The words basically are the same thing, extract versus retrieve. Actually, I'm pretty close on getting other stuff bonded, spirit bond as well. Okay, let's see. So we're getting pretty close here, actually. On what we need or rather when we're gonna need repair, so I might as well take care of them now. And that way this set should be good until I start replacing things. Alright. Back to Warlord's Echo. Alright, so I am done with what I was going to do. I'm all set with dinner at this point, so at this point we're going to continue on with the MSQ here. Let us speak with Wook Lamont. I don't think Porlor and his brethren will have a sudden change of heart about Tuliolal. But that doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that. Hey! Quest complete already. Alright. I think it's time we return to Tuliolal. After scaling Tural's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the forward cabins calling our name. Alright then, let us make our way back to Tuliolal. And we'll take the Aethernet over to the cabins. Rest well, everyone. We can meet back here later on. I have a small errand to run in the city, so I'll leave you to recover. Will you be heading to the palace, Wook Lamont? Wook Lamont, did you hear me? Lost in her own little world, it seems. Well, no matter. I'll be back soon enough. An attendant is standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. All the way down here, apparently. I guess this is mine and everyone else's cabin. Welcome back, Master Brightstar. Your cabin is just as you left it, minus a light layer of dust.
You have a moment? There's something I wanted to talk to you about. So,
Such a wide range of emotions.
It's just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air, that's what we need.
Such a short voice cutscene. Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know. I'll take you to one of my favorite places in Tuliolol. That should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Resplendent Quarter and make our way up from there. Let's hit the Aethernet. Oh, this is one of the Mamulja children here. They've really filled out the area with stuff for the world, that's for certain. Heshua, what are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? It's much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day when you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation, of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. When I see you smile like that, how can I not be encouraged? Oh, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Peshawar. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. Ah, sorry, Prince. I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we've made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. Do you think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to that spot I was thinking of?
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. Would look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Orkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realized nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
Ideas are nice in theory, but you have to fight for them.
I understand that making everyone happy isn't practical or even possible. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. So, this is my plan. When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness.
Think they heard that down there?
It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time.
Hear,
There
feel,
are 2 keystones
think.
left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me? Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the caverns.
Alright, we need to find Alpha No. Probably right over there. Yep. You look to be in good spirits. I assume your leisure time was well spent? I was glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, it will soon be back to the road for us. Alright. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as they currently stand. Zorolja and Kona have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Woklamat would be equal with them, but for Bakul Jaja's thievery, which has left us 1 short. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof, and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I will be taking back what is mine, this I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough, that is, if Bakul Jaja's unleashing of Valgamanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate that he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. The last 2 keystones we require are those of the Lay of Repast and the Lay of the Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamulja and Zabral in the forests of Yaktel, specifically near a village called Lukbrax. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Where the Lay of the Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Ketenram befriended a 2-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tyrol. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least that is the commonly held belief. Your 2-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Ketenram fellow must have come to Tuliyolyol. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yakui architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? Then Ketenram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk? Is that a city? One of the grandest in Tyrol, once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamulja's homeland. It too lies in Yaktel, not far from Lukbrax. Then, all things considered, Yaktel seems the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We're riding in one of Kona's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? Well, at least you're not going to be on water this time. Just thinking about things real quick, we might want to go to the Mamulja capital first, just because, you know, if we then arrive with the others, it'll look like we're just arriving and we happen to get there late. Just a thought. Trying to be smart here. I know we're going out of order of the story, but is that not the smart thing to do in this case? You're probably not going to listen to me. The next flight to Yaktel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. Are we sure that thing will stay in the air, all the way to Yaktel? Lamont, seriously, pick up the Aetherite when we get there. You'll never have to ride in one again. At least to get there. Are you ready? Bags packed and your goodbyes said? There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. What are you going to do when you need to meet the leaders of other nations? Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand? Just until I've settled my nerves. Of course. You're the nicest person I've ever met, Prince. I'll try not to crush your hand. There she is. Third promise. Wait just a moment. Mablu and Tobli. Of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Will our ship? Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kryle's earring. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Yogg-Tyrol as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? One in Yaktel, to where it seems you are already bound. What luck. Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there, or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks. I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Hey, you're merchants. You don't happen to have ginger, do you? Last call for passengers to Yaktel. Hey, I thought she wanted her hand held. I really hope she wins. Yaktel will test her mettle, without a doubt. The next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be.
The fierce Chapral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yaktel. battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature. It is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Shebral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
Gee, you seemed okay.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumauka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
We'll see.
Is the Shebral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. Alright, and we are headed to the southwest, it looks like. Yeah, a lot of vegetation here, that's for certain. Why, I haven't seen one of these guys since, Final Fantasy XIII of all things. I'm surprised they brought them back. Then again, we did have the Shabati back in the Aetherochemical Research Facility. Let's see what everyone's saying here. For all of Erenville's insistence, I have yet to discover anything particularly blue about this forest. See, no tumbles, thanks to Kryl and Alisaie, but it still counts. Take care not to get separated. I'd hate to lose you to this rampant undergrowth. Is that it Brock's over there, I wonder? Good, everyone's accounted for. Brax is up ahead. Let us be on our way. Erenville was not exaggerating about these cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we've made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Ready to head on in? Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. The third promise in her retoon, I presume? You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars. At the village center, everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? There's but one way to find out. Come, let us follow them.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with Ligarmanda in the first place.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As a Brash Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people. As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival.
You see, I told you we should have gone to the Mamuja capital first.
Promise. If you would please join us.
Then we'd be one ahead of everyone.
Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Twelve forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red.
Blue.
on separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red. Which means...
Together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one head.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Bibil.
It's a cooking contest!
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say?
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future. The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I like cuisine.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
How fortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul Ja's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong, and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. It has something to do with making the food, doesn't it? Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6, the 2 claimants, Cyril Jia and Bakul Jaja's lackeys, whereas we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the task suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Jibruk Pibid. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Zabral people. Let us gather here once we have seen what clues this village has to offer. Alrighty, let's see what we can find out. Oh, so we have a lookout point here. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in a basket. Whoops, I missed that. That one's called Akiot. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. The recipe for Jibruk Pibi? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Hunmun Ruk himself. But your mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still Ibruk to be had at the market. Okay, so we have to buy something at the market. That being Ibruk. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? You're just noticing me now. What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. What can I do for you, sir? We just received a delivery, so my wares are available to all who can offer me gemstones. Alright, so that gives me access to the gemstones in the area. Let's see. Not quite the hint I'm looking for, though. An unusually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no, it appears I've gone and dropped my Najul. I mean, Yatika banana peel. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. Ah, there's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. Okay, I think I have an idea of what they're cooking. I've seen this on a trip to Hawaii once. We had an underground cooked pig at a luau. At least that's what this seems to be, because they did cook things underground and they covered it in leaves when they were cooking it. So if that's not it, then at least the principle has got to be the same of what they're doing here. Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Shebruk Pibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us, directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish, and observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relationship to Shebruk Bibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Zabral dishes, Akiot, she called it. I see, then if Shebruk Bibil is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have claimed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in the leaf of Najul or banana in certain localities. Twould seem to be the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles, then, don't you? Shebruk? Or Ebruk. Yeah. The squeaky flesh of a bipedal fish! That's a slogan! Sizzling slab of beef. It smells so good I could Okay. No, Ebruk, without a doubt. As would be expected of a dish called Shebruk Pibit. Indeed. So to summarize, this dish is one of Ebruk, flavored with a combination of spices that includes akiot and steamed underground within najul, or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forest while you were exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild Ebruk, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Leave it to a master gleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. I too should be glad to volunteer mine aid. And the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spice and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable Ibruk. If they will perform the requisite deed, Alisei? As for the Najul leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find Najul in these parts. They only grow in the Jatika Heartland forest, far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamati, Prince, if you would accompany me on my errand. No better way to whet my appetite. Good. Let us be about our task, then. Come on, let's go and get those Najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Let us see if there are Najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Orange mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? We're looking to buy some of your leaves. Najul leaves? For purposes other than Shibruk Hibir? Naturally. Unfortunately, I just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forest for more. Golmajik Grove is the source of the finest Najul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredient, then to the Yatika Heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Traveling there requires that you go through the Tinbek Traverse, but it has caved in, due to the recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our Najul leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. It's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repast with an empty stomach. You may find Shibuk Bibil to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. Oh, is this also an eating contest as well? I can't wait. Still, if there are no leaves here, and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all of our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Tuliolol. So perhaps there is something about Shibruk Pubit that we have yet to learn. Something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Oh, I see. Like, who was the first to make it, its history, that sort of thing. If it's Yaktel's history you're interested in, you should start with the Old War. Between Zabral and Mamulja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Shibruk Pubit. Huh. Why does steamed Ibruk... what does steamed Ibruk have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war. The village of Ilion Asso. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Ilion Asso. Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go and see this place. To the east we go! Aha! I thought I didn't pick that up. Oh, so we got interrupted a little bit ago here. Brax hide. So... if I were to look here real quick... I could potentially make it right now. Let me give it a quick try here. Just to make sure. I think I'm gonna run my 3-star at this point. That might be too much. Yep. Alright, let me try a high-quality version this time. And I ran the wrong one. Alright, I'm gonna stop that right there. Because I gotta do this manually at this point. We'll go for a Master's Mend. And Innovation. And then Byragot's Blessing. Okay. And now Basic Synthesis finishes it up. There we go. Also, we got some rock salt earlier. Let me take a quick look at that. Like, can I do anything with that? Mountain salt. Okay. So this could actually be a good way for me to level up Culinarian then. Because this thing only uses one ingredient, and that... recipes with one ingredient make things work a whole lot better. Because, especially if it's something that you can just simply gather. Because then you can just gather up mass quantities of it at one time, and just use it all to level up at that point. And keep in mind, I'm not running one of the survival things here, or engineering things rather. So that would even further increase my experience gained from this. How much is this giving me? About 500,000, so actually I still have a bunch of culinarian stuff I gotta do as well. Which would give me sort of equivalent, at least to some degree. And that's something I probably should do sooner than later. Okay, I might do that later in the show. I don't want to spend any more time here. I've done my quick little crafting thing. Let's continue on with the MSQ. But yeah, leveling through the different methods is kind of what you gotta do. Northeast to the north. Okay, then I missed this earlier. There it is. And down there must be the Mamuja capital. Yeah, Mamuk. The village of Ilyon Asso must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. What are you? You are an A rank! Yeah, we're not fighting you right now. There's the Aether Current. At some point I gotta go back to the other zones and get the rest of their Aether Currents, but I'm gonna, at this point, I want to wait until I hit max level and finish Dawntrail first. Or at least the MSQ. And then we'll go through all those adventures then. So this is the village of Ilan Aso, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Okay, this is the third time you've shown up, so what's your deal? Are you part of the whole line of succession? Well, you're not part of the line of succession, obviously, but are you going to be one of the testers in all this? Look, Ivu, I didn't know you were in Yaktel. Are you going to ask? I was picking up lumber from Ibrax when I heard the third promise was on her way to this site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Look, Ivo is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You are a member of the Third Promise's Ritoon, I presume? No, that is the second promise. For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Kona. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kona? Now that's a good name, a familiar name. Where have I heard... Here it comes! Yeah! Kona, as in the second promise of Tuyolol? To think that I addressed the Dawn Servant's own son as some common retainer! Such disrespect cannot be excused. Please, take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about Zibuk Pibit. While I am forbidden by Zbrax Rex to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Zabral and Mamulja was one of land. You know, come to think of it, those two left, the two other competitors left pretty quickly. I wonder if they just simply went to Mamuk to learn what the recipe was. Either that, or they actually... Well, one of them might just be moving on to the other... Well, or they just simply went to Mamuk to see if they could stop this party from obtaining their stones. We'll see. We'll see. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Zabral and Mamulja was one of land. The Mamulja live in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and soil in unforgiving and is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Zabral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Zabral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamulja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hobigo, Bonawa, and Daporo each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Zabral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hobigo and Bonawa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of differing clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hobigo and Bonawa both, a two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually arising as the first autarch, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. What would happen if, say, a Daporo and one of the others tried to have children? Would that work? Would that even work? What are those two out there? Well, you can definitely see the guns of war here. Actually, this whole part of the forest is burned down. By the 12. What happened here?
This is where most battles were fought between the Zabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinder Field.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yokui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
So did he burn the forest to do this? Interesting time for Echo. Actually, I guess this kind of makes sense for this to be the time for the Echo.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours! If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace!
Puff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill-deserve the bounty of this forest.
Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance?
They're gonna bring up the Garleans.
You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Belu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
Somebody, possibly the person that was hiding, was there to trigger that echo.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed Najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets a strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong?
Somebody triggered an echo.
Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures. And we're doing the same now. Oh, we're gonna get a gift with this. Wook Ivu has given us valuable information, insight into the origins of Shibruk Pibil. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves, unless... Tell me, was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion, with a monument, for instance? It indeed was. Allow me to show you. So that is a deep hole. One that I cannot fall down into. It is only speculation, but I dare to hope. weapons of the warriors. Here it is. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us true, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamati, Prince, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Look here. This soil has been recently overturned. Ooh, someone buried a box. Well, well. I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are, fresh Najul leaves. Hunmu Rook's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. Heh, so he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Wook Ivu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And, with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, third promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliolol, and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ikbrax. Such a long way to go. Oh, this is a fishing spot. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. Famished. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wook Ivu came along and helped us find them. Wook Ivu was here? I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. That Galul Jaja brought an end to the centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions, but how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Oriange and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had to offer. Spoken like a true expert. Erenville and I had found our Ibruk, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield akiote. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Aye, through further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. And all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts? Hello! I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. Why can't I jump in there? And you, I hope. As I recall, you are an accomplished culinarian. Thank you! Oh, my mouth is watering already. Now, where are those two? Without further delay, then. Okay. I thought they were going to make a surprise appearance, but not. Well, not right now, anyway. They might still show up.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Huh. Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then. In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Bibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoctel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
choke on your harmony.
Come, come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
You don't have to tell me twice. Ah, that was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
Well, the MSQ would block me at some point.
It was palatable enough, I suppose. To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feet left.
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any shipwreck people left? I could really use another helping.
If it's that commonly cooked, you can get it from either this place or Mamuk. That was so good. I'm already looking forward to having shipwreck people again. Here, Prince. Cryle made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Ah, it's an ingredient for housing, or it's a thing for housing. Yeah, it doesn't give that much in terms of bonuses. Oh well. The wares are available from the Zibral merchant in Ixbrax. Shibral, rather. Let's see. Interesting quest name. Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tinbek Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Yatika heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? Hey, why don't we go to Charlian and have them just teleport us to there? I mean, they've got to have an aetheryte, right? And that's how we got to... Okay, I'm being too smart right now. I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let us each use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surrounds. If Ernvo would oblige me with a tour? Very well, if I have no other engagements. Then I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yaktel. Oh, that's right. Mablou did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Prince? Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market in Yaktel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. Alright, let's see here. Let's see if anything extra is being sold by the gem seller. Actually, the MSQ is right here. Grizzled Villager. A foreign mage 20 years ago? Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hummu Rook. He was already Zabrax Rax then. A baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. Alright, let's see. Nope. And yeah, you have that right there. Okay, these guys are still only selling level 92 stuff at this point. It's amazing they still haven't upgraded the spearfishing gig at all. Alright. So, back this way. Let's see. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through Ibrax roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. A foreign mage did indeed visit Ibrax, Master Galuf. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yakui once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed, but yes. Before they withdrew to Urkopacha, some 5 centuries ago, the Yakui claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forests, the Yaktika heartland. Then that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Prince. May I request a moment of your company? Go on, we'll wait for you. Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village. Let's see. I guess I can't get there from here. Oh, maybe I can. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Cryon's plea has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the Rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Wuk-Lamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst the Zibral, so when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when first I held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old. An accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Yaktika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Zibral, have learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminals sought to undermine the future of Zibral. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Dawn Servant Gululja. Though she was born to lead the Zibral, fate had a greater plan for Wuk-Lamat. Only the Dawn Servant and I know the truth. But I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Chibral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuli Yolol, but a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. No worries. Well, somebody else knows. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please, do not keep the third promise waiting. Alright, we have the sign of duty calls here, so let us head in. Upon speaking with Wuklamat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Let's go for it. You're back. So what did Hunmu Rook want? It's a secret. Alright, you don't have to say. More importantly, the Tynebeck traverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. And preparing, yeah, that's a weird way to word that sentence. And that does sound tempting. A moment, promise. You're one of Bakul Jaja's. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise. And why's that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? I'm not getting an echo. And they say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us? Oh, Morok! Bakul Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you'll deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on, look. Surely you recognize your real father. Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted Sellsworth. He heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Humuruk my...
It's what he claims. But...
Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him.
Remember to use potions.
Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Don't worry, the scary adventurer won't try anything funny. At least not yet.
Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me?
I'd like you to fight the Endsinger.
I'll kill you, kill you, kill you all!
Or Xenos.
Don't look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember? I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people!
Time for some role-playing! In this battle, you will play as Wook-Lamont. Through skillful combat, Wook-Lamont will gain the resolve she needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. Not only do these attacks deal great damage, they will recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious. Alrighty. Okay, I need... where is it? Hotbar settings. No, that's not it. Where is the thing? Here we go. Yeah, there we go. Now I can do it. Alright, so Claw of the Brax, Fangs of the Brax, Tail of the Brax, restores own HP, and then... this just combos... Why would you do that combo at all? It has less potency. Yeah, I don't get that. We'll do... I'll try it once, but if there's no dot or anything like that, then I'm not going to use it again. The Watena Pulse increases maximum HP by 20 and restores the amount increased. That's Thrill of Battle. And then Viko Watena is a ranged attack. One of the Ronik rushes to the target and delivers an attack with potency of 150, so that's just a gap closer. And then here's the limit break. I only have one limit bar, so no reason to store them up. Got it. Okay, let's get this going.
Come, you mangy housecut, so I can rip you to pieces. I'll cut you to shreds! My magic should be more than enough for Miss Middens. I'll make you eat dirt!
No more tricks, Bakul Jaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior? Miss Middens is no longer abusing me, brother.
Alright, limit break.
This rite has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
Oh! Okay, this appears to be a ring, so I need to get inside. Got it, so this is doing self-damage to me.
What? Can't keep up?
So I really shouldn't be using that unless I actually have the HP to spare.
How do you like this? Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
finally understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Irritating pest! It's time we finished her. This is the end for you, kitten!
Over here? Oh, nope. Over to here.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn's servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
I'll grind you beneath my heel! What? Can't keep up? Why won't you die?
These limit breaks are starting to come fast. Supreme standard. Okay, this could be a problem.
Fine. I'll show you the true power of the Blessed.
Let's do it.
I will be the next Dawn servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last.
Nice, a tank limit break.
That's when there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you.
That's Dynamis right there.
What? But that was everything I had! I can't stand it anymore! Attack!
This is when we're supposed to use this.
Is our fight! Stay out of it! You bring shame upon us. You think we care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
Oh, the great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. You still won't win. I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
That's confidence. Changed. She wasn't like this before.
Finish him.
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
The power of Dynamis.
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanuhanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No. No.
Time to finish him? Or...
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you alright? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Kulul Jaja's daughter, and Tulihyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
Fun fight that was. Seems we were last to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight, even when it got dirty, couldn't have been easy for you. You might say I helped a little. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. earlier in the Second Promises camp.
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Bibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
Okay. Alright, we are up to the level 94 quests here. So, what's the state of the Tynebeck Traverse? Still being cleared, I'd assume. Hunmu Rook said he would notify us as soon as work was done. Then perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Wook Lamott's stolen keystone. They don't know! The next feat will be our last, after all. Oh, I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention how. This is Bakul Jaja we're talking about. Yeah, they did kind of have to tie that one up, didn't they? So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jaja in single combat? Bravo! What can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The Tyenbek Traverse is now safe for travel. And we finally can make for Mamuk. Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jaja's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Kettenram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It is true that the Dawn Servant received Kettenram in Mamuk, and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relations between the Gibral and Mamulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also of Tuliyoyol. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from, and eat so much Shibruk Pibil besides. Thank you for everything, Hamuruk. Till next time, take care. First, we make our way across the Shorbet Cinderfield, due south. Now you have grown indeed. Okay. Let us make our way east. Yeah, we gotta head all the way over there again, unfortunately. I'm at least gonna see if I can maybe gather anything on the way, because this is a long way to go. Is there anything I can even see in here? That's in the Heartland. Apparently there's something in the Cinderfield. So I guess I'll keep my eye open for that. Hey, a lookout point. Will this even work on a botanist? It does actually give me experience, okay. Here's something to gather. Chirali corn. You know what? I'll just go all out on one, and we'll see how this goes. And one more. Okay, let's move on. The traverse will bring us straight into the Yatika heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? This is where the blue is coming up. This path is quite steep, isn't it? Let us take our time and descend safely. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently, Bakul Jaja cleared away one of the fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. That Wooklamat single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. Interesting cave formation here. Aaronville said this traverse was dug to facilitate incursions into the forests above. Intentions notwithstanding, you have to admire the dedication. Okay, what's over here? Nothing right now. It could be a hunt spot, though. Actually, let me keep mine on for a moment. Just look at this thing. What a vibrant glow. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my pairing stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. As you hold the pairing stone, in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Pairing stones are natural magnets, and that's a meteorite filled with iron, one of many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous aether they emit causes surrounding flora to glow unique hues, as you can see. So these glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens? The draw will be merciful. There you are. Blue! It's all blue! A far cry from the upper force, indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamuk can tell us about it. Keep running. We're almost there. Oh, we're here. As this is also my first time visiting Mamuk, I have no experience interacting with the locals. But given Hammu Rook's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find that elector. Two streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. You sure that's a smart idea after what Aaronville just said? Given Hunmu Rook's guidance, I also suggest that we err on the side of caution and move throughout the city in pairs. Aaronville can come with me, and Alizé can go with Kryl. That leaves Prince to accompany Wuklima. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. My question is, given what's going on, would the Elector even come out and talk to us? And not just simply want to ensure the victory of the first? You can still hear me, right? And see me? What's that all about? Something to the north, okay? Yatika Heartland. Did I miss something coming down here? Anyway. Okay, I've apparently got a buff that, it's gonna make, Fates more worth it, so... I will keep an eye out for any extras. Your words may as well be ambient noise for all the care this citizen pays you. As you begin to speak, the man abruptly turns and leaves. Please tell me you've had better luck. No one will talk to you either? I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely. Hello there. We'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Move along, outsiders. We're just trying to find someone, the Dawn Servant's Elector. Could you tell us where they are? How are we supposed to find the Elector if nobody will even speak with us? Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city as quickly as you can.
Up there!
Bested by a mere shade.
Sororja? Papa?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
The channeler is Irelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the feet of the Brotherhood.
Tuli Yolal's mightiest warrior. Yet wisest you are not. You, who spurned your retainer's aid when battling your betters.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector. Soralja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession. Be gone from my sight.
We'll see where this leads, I guess.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
When Soralja was defeated, he tried to take the Keystone by force, but he was thwarted by Father Shade.
My dearest child, welcome home. This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets. What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
No, he can't.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors? You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Let's go, brother.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it! But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn. Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further. Promise, I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
That sounds like our hint. I have heard about this changeling art before. Passed down through a certain clan, it employs arcane implements to produce a smoke from which the mage can conjure a shade. The first promises attended just now, did his words not strike you as strange? Of course, he's not a claimant. I will be the one to reach the Golden City, as though he intends to venture there with or without Zorolja. It's hard to believe Zorolja was bested in battle. That was a dramatic escalation. The electors we have met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge claimants equally. This Zorolja, however, seems set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Servant name an openly biased man-elector? Worrying over Zorolja won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet her, hear what she has to say. The western outskirts, right? Thank you for coming. My name is Milalja. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what was it you wished to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in this city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe that blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far as Bakul Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak out. We dare not speak our truth out loud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, a Jibral, inferior by all presumptions, triumph over our two-headed champion. This time, anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. Bakul Jaja is just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'd do better if he just trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Mullah Jaja of the Silver Scales, for one. He traveled across the salt in search of conquest, only to be overcome. Is he the one? Let me see. Uh-huh. Yeah, he got stabbed to death by the Nimian curse. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in blessed sibling supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Tyrol under one rule, who in their eyes stands as testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant to his legacy, your triumph could prove that Gulul Jaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character. And in doing so, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. There is a place that will help you understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. Again, I'm curious what there is that I could, gather down here. And what do you know? We have a mature tree right here. Wild Yatika bananas. Okay. And I can make the Gatherer's Boon 100% on these. One of them. What can I do with that? If anything. Not much, but I can do stuff with the Tirali corn I got. This place just has a great look to it. No question. You won't find sites like these anywhere else. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye, and judging by their attachment, that tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique aether. Anyway, we should press on. Mila Ja was anxious for us to see whatever it is she has to show us. Oh, another lookout point. Let's do this... Let's do this on Alchemist. Not quite enough. But the points do count. The canopy blocks out the sun so completely, it's as if we're in a room without windows. A hunting camp, like as not. I'd love to talk to Mamulja hunters and learn about their ways, except they'd probably ignore me. The others have continued on. Let's catch up to them. A cavern, and it looks deep. I was not aware that such tunnels could be found in the Yatika heartland. A well-kept secret indeed. What are we looking at then? Having seen how dark this forest is, I can understand why so many Mamulja chose to live in Tuliolal instead. This is the place you wanted to show us? It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the blessed.
I shouldn't have looked down.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
And that looks...
The work of Yokui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
It looks slightly Ronkan. Look, the bot's doing better. Galul Jaja.
Bakul Jaja.
Bakul Jaja, rather. I keep mixing up their names.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
The third promise seeks to learn about Malmuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are. Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mabolja. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits. Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibran was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads and tremendous power. When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shebral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children. No matter the cost. Of the countless born, Most die. Trapped in their ships. Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
The smart one isn't talking. Don't use them as an excuse.
I should never have been born.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tural. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Perhaps the answer is not to fight in that
Take
battle.
me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends the Hubico and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them. I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them.
The smart one still isn't talking. Actually?
Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Thanks, Wuklamat.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
Actually, maybe that was the right thing for it to do in this scene. To not really talk. Somebody in such a desperate situation. I could see them just getting lost in thought, how they could have changed things. Falling into depression. Yeah. That was probably the right way for them to treat that scene, actually. Hey, Prince, before we rejoin the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him, you know, Bakul Jaja, with every fiber of my being. He tried to ruin Ihiana, sabotaged us on the river, kidnapped me from my keystone, and released the most vicious Tyrol Vidral of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. But the moment I understood why he did what he did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger just evaporated. Does his pain justify his actions in your eyes? And the reason I answered it that way is because really this is Wuklamat's journey. Let's be honest, I've just been a side character in all this. She's the one that has the potential to go to the top. And she would be the one to decide his fate, should it come to that point. I hear you, but Bakul Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them, like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such length ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I've voiced that, I feel readier for the challenges ahead. Come on, let's head back to the city. Let me also say, this is the way you do it, Sega. If you're listening. If your intent is to make other characters the main character, then at least let your players know so that they understand their role. Anyway, I'm gonna get off my high horse on that. This is Final Fantasy XIV, not New Genesis. We're headed back to the city. I'm surprised there are no other points around here for an Aetheryte. So yeah, this is a long way off in both directions. Bakul Jaja's scale represents his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people. The only way to help Mamuk is to understand Mamuk. We won't let Bakul Jajas down. To think that there was such a dark secret behind blessed siblings. Even among the Mamuja, I cannot imagine many know the truth. Know the whole truth. Especially not those who reside in the capital. It's amazing how Woklamat can connect with anyone. She has an incredible gift. Sometimes it's best to just forgive and move on. It can be difficult. Gods, don't I know it. But that's all the more reason to try your damnedest to look past how you were wronged and let bygones be bygones. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Milalja, Maksulturol Zuj is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. We must work quickly, lest Zirilja discover our intentions. Fortunately, Bakul Jaja thought to give us additional scales, so we might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Prince, let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to lend an ear. Alright, to the west. Back to that store. Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with the likes of you. Let us present the scale. A blessed scale in an outsider's hands. What business do you have with me? So, Bakul Jaja sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Maksutrol Zuj at once. That scale. If the Blessed trust you, then so will I. So what is it that you require of me? Bakul Jaja bids us come to Maksutrol Zuj? A strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. Have you managed to gather some of the good folks? Wonderful. The esteemed Bakul Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming to Maksutrol Zuj as well. Apparently there is a nodule nursery to the west called Gomajik Grove. Could you go and see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you in Maksutrol Zuj afterwards. There's just one more person I need to find. Oh, all the way out there. That fate is almost done, so... That's a lot of plants right there. I guess that's why they call it a nursery. I see bananas. No crystal grapes. Okay. I'm not allowed to talk to you. I'm busy, don't bother me. Leave this place, outsider. Oh, my apologies. I was unaware. I thank you, Blessed Scalebearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall away to Maksutrol Zuj at once. Here's another lookout point. Almost there. Got another gathering point here. Alright, let me dump into this one. Alright. Where's Wuklamut? Sorry to keep you waiting. She invited Kona. You invited the second promise as well? Lamati, Need I remind you that this rite is a competition? Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize to your own benefit. I have barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help. To complete the feat? No. Mamuk has a problem I can't solve on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we might come up with a way to help them. Very well. I am at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I am Wook Lamat, third promise of Tuliyoyol. Promise? I thought you served Bakul Jaja. You deceived us? No, they did not. The scales they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the third promise and her Ratun. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Wook Lamat has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Bakul Jaja shared with me the truth about blessed siblings, about the price you pay to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it is not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experience of its people, of their lives and their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy that's created Blessed Siblings' demands, I ask that you join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Only Blessed Siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pain, and together we may find a new way forward. Together. If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Zavriel Jah. He wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. I'm glad Koana agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much. But I'll support Mamuk's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Alrighty, everyone. So, as much as I would love to continue at this point, since I still haven't hit YouTube's limit, I still have another 2 hours on that. Unfortunately, there is a lot of external noise happening at this point, and I do not see that ending anytime soon here. So I'm going to have to cut this a little bit short. I do intend to at least complete some stuff off stream here in terms of just leveling through the roulettes and such, and then we are going to pick this up again tomorrow. At which point, yeah, it'll be the last feat, and then I guess on to the northern continent from there after the ceremony, if there even is one. So, but with all that said, thank you for joining me today. This is PrinceBrightstar signing off. I'll catch you next time.